Good morning, everyone. Can you please take your seats? Thank you. We're about to start. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome. I'm honored to present the 20th edition of the Fermi Model United Nations. I am your Secretary General, and I'm honored to be here for this very important edition because it's the first one after 3 years of COVID. So we're very happy to have you all here with us. To start, I'd like to present a typical Sardinian song called Gozos. So I leave the floor to them. Now I'd like to present the folk group from Liceo Scientifico, came to visit us with their traditional Sardinian dance.
Volvemos presentare, l'amor fatto chi in amore, l'amor fatto chi in amore. Volvemos presentare, l'amor fatto chi in amore, l'amor fatto chi in amore. Unita si supo cuore, che in tu vita son ballante, che in tu vita son ballante. Volvemos presentare, l'amor fatto chi in amore, l'amor fatto chi in amore. Volvemos presentare, l'amor fatto chi in amore, l'amor fatto chi in amore. Roma tenere sonore, che in tu vita son ballante, che in tu vita son ballante. Roma tenere sonore, ma che in tu vita son ballante, che in tu vita son ballante. Balla bella risulana, balla bella risulana, che mariposa sai, ser bella cantunicera, un po' sta cantungalana, un po' sta cantungalana, balla bella e balla, ma balla bella, balla, balla bella risulana. Canta, chiedi? Ah no, aspetta. No, non è spento. No, abbiamo finito. questa luce mi sta un minuto perché abbiamo fatto un bicchiere, dobbiamo quindi dobbiamo mettere la placard. Lo mettiamo insieme.
Ok raga, abbiamo un coso qua. Lascio questo tra me e Marco, va bene?
Facciamo dopo che parlano prima della videoclip, prima di proiettare la videoclip.
Ok, il microfono.
Good luck. Professore, questa luce mi sta tenendo gli occhi. Gli diciamo di abbassarla, ok?
Beh, che dire. Come la luce? Do I look white?
We surely look white, we're so close.
Abbiamo fogli di carta.
Non ci credo, vabbè, hanno fatto la carta in testa.
Bene. For once.
Thank you, everyone. Now I have the honor to welcome Mrs. Maria Antonietta Ferrante, the headmistress of Liceo Fermi. Our mayor, the mayor of Nuoro, Mr. Andrea Soddu, the president of the province of Nuoro, Mr. Costantino Tidu, and the lieutenant of the Carabinieri, Mr. Di Pala. So, welcome, Mrs. Ferrante.
Buongiorno a tutti e benvenuti alla 20ª edizione della simulazione ONU del Liceo Fermi. Un traguardo importante, quello dei 20 anni, raggiunto causa Covid con 3 anni di ritardo. Non è stato facile riprendere le fila dell'organizzazione, che si basa fondamentalmente sul passaggio del testimone da uno studente all'altro di anno in anno, ma grazie alla tenacia e alla motivazione di tutto il personale del Fermi, studenti compresi, sebbene con qualche limitazione dovuta alla transizione post-Covid, siamo riusciti a riproporre uno dei progetti più importanti della nostra scuola. Mi sento di affermare di tutta la scuola italiana, considerato che sono pochissime in Italia le esperienze in tal senso. Adesso passo la parola alla mia interprete Giulia Carus, ex studentessa del Liceo Fermi.
Well, thanks for the introduction. As she said, my name is Julia. I'm here to translate this speech. So, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 20th edition of the Model United Nations at Liceo Fermi. This is an important goal that we reached. 20 years of this Model United Nations. Reached way too late, 3 years late due to the COVID pandemic. It wasn't easy retrieving this whole organization where normally we would have students teach the younger, new students every year. Though, despite the hardships, we were really to do this thanks to the whole staff of Liceo Fermi. And we brought back again one of the most important projects in our school, and we should say in Italian school, due to the fact that there are really a few experiences like this one.
Le radici del Fermi Model United Nations affondano nella partecipazione, preside Angela Cerina, alla simulazione ONU del 95 organizzata dalla Polonia, dove 14 studenti, accompagnati dalle professoresse Agostina Arras e Pietrina Rubanu, vinsero il primo premio come migliori diplomatici. Seguirono altre esperienze anche in Germania, fino a quando, più di 20 anni fa, preside Guido Morelli, la professoressa Tamara Delli organizzò la prima simulazione ONU presso il Liceo Fermi. Da allora il MUN è diventato un tratto distintivo della nostra scuola, grazie all'impegno della professoressa Giovanna Falchi e del professor Salvatore Mesina, coadiuvati quest'anno dalla professoressa Monica Maricosu.
Now, the project of Model United Nations for this school started in 1995, where 14 students, accompanied by Professor Arras and Rubanu, won a prize in an organization in Poland. Later, we participated in other experiences in Germany, but 20 years ago, way more than 20 years ago now, Head Mr. Guido Morelli and Professors Delli organized the first Model United Nations here in Nuoro. And from then, it has become a distinctive trait of our school, thanks to the hard work of Professor Falchi and Messina, from this year helped by Professor Maricoso.
Oggi comincia un'emozionante esperienza che durerà 3 giorni, in cui ogni partecipante assumerà il ruolo di delegato di un Paese membro delle Nazioni Unite o di un'organizzazione non governativa e rappresenterà le posizioni del proprio Paese, scriverà risoluzioni e confrontandosi con gli altri Paesi membri attraverso il dibattito e il voto cercherà soluzioni ai problemi mondiali. Tutto questo con il supporto di giornalisti, di efficienti page e di un valido staff tecnico e di sicurezza. I nostri, quest'anno, discuteranno di temi di grande attualità quali la sostenibilità ambientale e la libertà di cronaca e di stampa.
Our students will take on the roles of delegates from members of the United Nations, and they will discuss the positions of their countries, writing resolutions and confronting with other states through debate. And they'll be helped through by other roles such as the press or the other students being pages and technical staff and security. And they'll be discussing very actual topics such as environmental sustainability and freedom of speech and press.
Come negli anni scorsi hanno accolto l'invito a partecipare scuole di Nuoro, della Baronia, dell'Ogliastra e anche ospiti stranieri europei quali polacchi e spagnoli. Ringrazio per la loro presenza e per il valido contributo il sindaco Andrea Soddu, l'assessore alla cultura e alla pubblica istruzione del comune di Nuoro Fausta Muroni, il presidente della provincia di Nuoro Costantino Tidu, il supporto dello Europe Direct nella persona di Salvatore Boeddu, il tenente dei carabinieri Carmelo Di Paola, la presidente del SOR Optimis Mariangela Crabolu e tutte le altre istituzioni che rappresentano insieme alle scuole il tessuto istituzionale e culturale di questa città. Un saluto affettuoso ai dirigenti che hanno favorito la partecipazione di docenti e studenti a questa manifestazione.
Now we thank for their presence today and for their contribution the mayor of Nuoro, Andrea Soddu, and all the administrators from the province and all of the head of other schools that helped us with this organization, with participation. And a final thanks to the people in this school also for the achievement of this organization, of this project.
Un ringraziamento mi sento di dover rivolgere a tutta la mia scuola, la nostra scuola, ai docenti, agli alunni, anche quelli ormai diplomati, agli amministrativi, ai tecnici e ai collaboratori scolastici per la tenacia e l'impegno profuso per la buona riuscita dell'iniziativa. Concludo auspicando che anche nel futuro tutto il tessuto sociale e culturale di Nuoro sostenga concretamente il liceo Fermi nel mantenere in vita questa manifestazione che porta la scuola, ma anche la città e la provincia ad un alto livello di internazionalizzazione. Diamo ora inizio alla manifestazione nella consapevolezza che oggi più che mai essa sia uno degli strumenti più efficaci per educare alla cittadinanza attiva, alla risoluzione cooperativa dei conflitti internazionali, alla condivisione delle diverse eredità culturali e, perché no, al consolidamento dei legami personali di amicizia. Buon lavoro a tutti, enjoy this moon.
So, with a final thank you to all people involved, we trust that all this involvement and participation will continue to exist in granting us the possibility to redo over and over these kind of projects, which are very important for the internationalization of the school and the whole over life experience in Nuoro. And now the real manifestation should start, knowing that this is a powerful tool and a very efficient one in educating to active citizenship, in cooperative resolution of conflicts, in sharing different cultural heritage, and why not, in consolidating friendship bonds. Thank you so much. Enjoy the model.
E ricordate, il liceo Fermi non si ferma mai.
Fermi never stops.
Thank you, Mrs. Ferrante. Now I'd like to welcome here on stage our mayor, Mr. Sodu. Thank you.
Buongiorno a tutti, ciao ragazzi, benvenuti agli ospiti che vengono da altri paesi. Porto a nome dell'amministrazione comunale della città, che mi onoro di rappresentare, il saluto più affettuoso di benvenuto e di buon lavoro per l'esperienza che state per fare.
Good morning and welcome to our guests from foreign country, from abroad, which will help us in the work that we are going to do in these days.
Vi prenderò poco tempo, però vi voglio dire una cosa che ho nel cuore. Voi siete la speranza del pianeta e il pianeta ha tantissimo bisogno che le generazioni come la vostra abbiano visioni del futuro e queste visioni siano delle visioni di un mondo sostenibile, dove si lotta contro le diseguaglianze, dove si lotta contro le povertà, dove si lotta contro le diseguaglianze di genere, dove si lotta per avere tutti un'aria migliore, un ambiente migliore, in poche parole, dove si lotta tutti insieme per la sostenibilità. E voi in questi 3 giorni tratterete questi argomenti. Sappiate che il vostro non sarà un mero esercizio, un mero esperimento, ma sarà mettere le mani dentro gli argomenti chiave per il futuro del pianeta.
So this will be a brief but heartfelt message. We, if I might add myself to this, are the future of our world, and we are the hope that we will work together and continue to fight for a sustainable world, for a world where we fight for equality against all discrimination, for very important topics that we will discuss in these days. And in these days, we will not vainly participate in these things. We will actually be learning through them the possible outcomes that we will have in the future.
E allora grazie al liceo scientifico, alla sua direttrice, al suo staff, ai professori, a voi studenti, per quello che fate, perché tutti insieme, se abbiamo questi obiettivi in testa, gli obiettivi dell'Agenda 2030, delle Nazioni Unite, i famosi 17 goals, noi tutti potremo costruire un mondo migliore. Grazie per quello che fate.
So thank you for being here. Thank you to all the professors and all of the schools that participated. Thank you to all the students. And if we keep in mind the goals of the 2030 agenda, those 17 goals, we will be actually able to build and work towards that world we described before. Thank you.
Ciao a tutti, buon lavoro!
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now I'd like to welcome here on stage the President of the Province of Nuoro, Mr. Tidu. Welcome.
Buongiorno a tutte e tutti. Buongiorno a tutte e tutti. All'inizio di questo mio breve saluto vorrei fare un plauso al dirigente scolastico Maria Antonietta Ferrante, a tutto il corpo docente e non dell'autonomia scolastica di istruzione secondaria superiore del liceo scientifico Enrico Fermi, che con i suoi 6 indirizzi e 1408 studenti è un importante riferimento per tutto il territorio provinciale. Un grazie ai 10 istituti scolastici di istruzione superiore, ai loro dirigenti e docenti per non essere voluti mancare a questa manifestazione odierna. Inoltre, un grande grazie a tutti gli organizzatori di questo evento. Per me è un grande onore partecipare a questa 20ª edizione della Simulazione ONU, un avvenimento che appunto per 20 anni ha consentito a questa scuola di attuare una scambievolezza tra gli studenti di diversi istituti del territorio regionale e i vostri coetanei che provengono da scuole di altri paesi dell'Unione Europea, per creare una simulazione dei meccanismi di funzionamento delle Nazioni Unite in cui potrete confrontarvi.
We would start this brief welcome with a thank you to all the participants, particularly the headmistress from our liceo, and of course all of the other schools that attended and that wanted to attend this project, and the organizers of this project. A thank you because of the importance of this event. It's an honor to participate in this 20th edition. It's an event that allows us to have major exchanges between students from different schools and different territories and countries of the European Union, simulating the mechanisms of the United Nations where we confront with each other.
In questo potrete entrare in contatto con il mondo della diplomazia e avvicinarvi alle istituzioni per fare un confronto costruttivo sulle più importanti problematiche mondiali dei nostri tempi. Nell'edizione di quest'anno affronterete il tema della ecosostenibilità e della libera informazione. È proprio partendo dalla scuola e da questa esperienza che si può affermare un nuovo modello culturale al cui centro c'è la persona umana e non solo il profitto, che altera l'ecosistema da inquinamento, da plastica, ma anche del suolo, idrico, atmosferico, elettromagnetico e radioattivo, dell'ambiente nel suo complesso, per citarne alcuni. L'inquinamento da plastica è diventato uno dei problemi ambientali più urgenti da affrontare, sia per la sua gravità, sia perché lo abbiamo ignorato per troppo tempo. Si calcola che dai 4 ai 12 milioni di tonnellate di plastica finiscono nei mari di tutto il mondo ogni anno, causando l'80% dell'inquinamento del mare. Anche se le istituzioni si stanno impegnando attraverso diverse campagne di sensibilizzazione, ciascuno di noi può fare qualcosa per arginare questo problema. La riduzione dei rifiuti in plastica in mare può avvenire tramite azioni di prevenzione e limitando la produzione di rifiuto disperso nell'ambiente, a cui debbono seguire azioni di rimozione con campagne di raccolta delle plastiche e di sensibilizzazione. Serve grande consapevolezza e un forte impegno per sviluppare politiche attive di inversione di rotta con cambiamenti radicali degli stili di vita di tutti noi e soprattutto di voi giovani. L'altra tematica importante che verrà affrontata in questo evento riguarda la tutela della libera informazione.
Okay, so this year we will be discussing the topic of environmental sustainability. And it's important that we do because of the pollution that has been caused by this phenomenon. And even though institutions constantly call to us, reminding us of the 4 tons of plastic that are spreading in the oceans every year, causing 80% of its pollution, we can start by taking actions ourselves, reducing this waste with actions of prevention and limiting its production. Moreover, we should start off with more sensibilization on this topic. And we need great, we really need to work hard on this in taking active policies towards these changes.
In una società sempre più globalizzata, anche il tema della libera informazione, seppure sia riconosciuto dalle Nazioni Unite come diritto umano fondamentale, rappresenta la nuova frontiera per le future generazioni. Perché oltre a sollecitare un libero diritto al sapere e al conoscere, si ha bisogno di regole globali sull'utilizzo dei social network. La libertà di espressione di ciascuno di noi al giorno di oggi risulta ampliata in forma pressoché illimitata, ma il suo esercizio deve tuttavia conciliarsi con la tutela di altri diritti fondamentali, in primo luogo il diritto alla propria privacy. È necessario garantire il principio secondo cui i diritti umani da proteggere online devono essere esattamente gli stessi da assicurare offline. E per fare questo ci dobbiamo impegnare da un lato a trovare un equilibrio fra la libera circolazione delle informazioni e delle idee e dall'altro si deve garantire la sicurezza della rete nel suo insieme. Questo significa mettere a punto degli strumenti che ci consentano l'utilizzo di Internet in un quadro normativo tuttora in via di definizione. Il diritto alla libera informazione deve andare di pari passo con il rispetto della dignità della persona umana, che coinvolge direttamente ciascuno di noi. Mi auguro che l'esperienza che vivrete in questi giorni possa creare una nuova generazione di persone responsabili e cosciente delle sfide che vi attendono in futuro e servire da guida per una scelta di orientamento universitaria e professionale matura e consapevole. L'ambito di lavoro delle istituzioni internazionali in un mondo sempre più interconnesso rappresentano un contesto dinamico che offre molte possibilità di crescita e prospettive di successo. Il tutto potrà essere favorito se nel mondo si creeranno condizioni di giustizia sociale, economica e di diritti di uguaglianza per tutti, con l'ONU che torna ad essere luogo di vero confronto e mediazione a garanzia di pace per tutti i popoli. Buon lavoro.
Now, the second topic we will be discussing is freedom of press, but also of information. And even though it is actually recognized as a right by the United Nations, it's a new frontier in developing the rights because recently, as we all know, the spread of social network has really changed how we approach as individuals this information. And so we will need new global regulation towards this goal. So this needs to be reconciled with everyone's right to privacy, for example. And we should build new tools to work with this situation. Now, we hope that the experience you live in these days will help build you as a new generation responsible and knowing of the challenges that await you, and will help you also in choosing your path towards your future. For example, the work in international institutions is a great field for personal growth. Everything, we hope, favored by the actual United Nations, where it should be a place of true mediation and a guarantee of peace for peoples. Thank you, and enjoy the model.
Thank you, Mr. Tidu. Now I am glad to invite here on stage the Lieutenant of the Carabinieri, Mr. Di Pala. Welcome.
Buongiorno a tutti ragazzi, vi ruberò pochissimo tempo. Volevo intanto ringraziare il dirigente scolastico, la dottoressa Ferrante, per l'impegno che ci mette in ogni suo progetto, ma soprattutto voglio ringraziare voi perché siete la linfa vitale della nostra società. Vi lascio con 3 riflessioni. Voi siete il futuro. Secondo me dovete essere ambiziosi, onesti e intraprendenti. Se farete così riuscirete a migliorarvi e a migliorarci. In bocca al lupo, ad maiora semper.
Now, good morning, welcome everyone. We would like to extend a thank you to the headmistress of Liceo Fermi for her hard work and to all the people that put their hard work towards the realization of this project. And he would welcome us with bringing our attention to the work that we will put in stepping up and resolving and reflecting on these topics in hopes to change the world we live in. Thank you. Enjoy the model.
Thank you, Mr. Di Pala. Now I am glad to welcome here on stage Mrs. Carabolu from Soroptimist. Welcome.
Buongiorno a tutti, buongiorno ragazzi. Io non posso che ringraziare il Liceo Fermi nella persona della dirigente, la dottoressa Ferrante, per avermi coinvolto e aver chiesto al Soroptimist di essere parte, insomma, di questa bellissima cerimonia di avvio dei lavori della simulazione ONU. Quindi non posso che augurarvi buon lavoro e buona esperienza. Grazie.
A thank you to the organizers of the event, particularly the headmistress of Liceo Fermi, and she's honored to have been involved in participating in this particular day of the Model United Nations, and hopes that we will enjoy as well the model and put in our good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Carabolu. Now I'd like to welcome here on stage the coordinators of the Fermi Model United Nations, Mr. Messina and Mrs. Maricosu. Please welcome.
Good morning. We'll take just 1 minute. We'd like to invite onto the stage Mrs. Falchi, Giovanna Falchi, please. È stupita, vai a prendere i fiori. Bravissima! As project managers of the Model United Nations from Fermi MUN, we'd like to thank Giovanna Falchi for her work she's doing for over the last few years. Well, actually nearly 15 years, like myself. And we'd like to welcome the new project managers, Mrs. Monica Maricosu. And, well, in particular, we'd like to say thank you for her part in our journey together. And we hope she continues to enjoy the Fermi Model United Nations from a distance, because she's going to, well, to retire next year. So it's a really warm thank you.
Good morning, all of you. I'm, a bit surprised because I really didn't expect this. Thank you all for coming, and I hope this will be the first of many Model United Nations for you. Thank you all. Thank you.
Is this okay? It's working. Before we proceed, I wanted to remind you all that this in this place is really prohibited to smoke any kind of cigarette. So please don't smoke. Thank you. Now we'll proceed to read the topics that we will discuss during these 3 days. For the Economic and Social Council, human actions are dismantling Earth's natural ecosystem, resulting in species extinctions at a much faster rate than previously predicted. Over the last 2 decades, strong scientific evidence has shown that biodiversity forms the web of life that we depend on for so many things: food, water, medicine, a stable climate, economic growth, among others. Without a full understanding of the fundamental ecological processes that link biodiversity, ecosystem, and human economic sustainable growth, an irreversible decline and perhaps destruction of human and animal habitat will be almost inevitable. How can the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, and other international environmental agencies slow down or even stop this process? Life in seas and oceans risks irreparable damage from the rising tide of plastic waste. The Great Pacific Garbage Patch is rapidly expanding, and dozens of millions of tons of plastic are now clogging waterways, killing birds and fish, and spoiling the food chain. According to UNEP, United Nations Environment Programme, if current pollution rates continue, by 2050 there will be more plastic in the sea than fish. How can the world's governments and international institutions tackle this global crisis and reverse this destructive trend? For the Human Rights Council, the digital age does not guarantee freedom of information and speech. In many countries, journalists have to face censorship, beatings, and sometimes death for reporting news that may not be in the interest of power holders. Even in developed and freer nations, News and information are subject to partiality, coverage, and omissions, and the rise of fake news and deliberate disinformation can no longer be underestimated. What can member states do to uphold and protect press media freedom and at the same time fight misinformation? Now I'd like for my esteemed chair to say a few words, so please.
Well, first I would like to remind you of the schedule of events during this Model United Nations. Today we will be proceeding with the opening speeches, calling to first with a roll call, then we'll begin calling the delegation, and we will call you 3 at a time. The first one will deliver the speech, and the other 2 should just approach the podium and wait nearby. Afterwards, after each speech, we will ask the delegate if their delegation is open to any points of information, and if they are, we will allow 3 points of information for each speech, and to a point of information after the delegation replies. The person who asked the question has a direct right to reply. After the points of information, there will be points of reply from the court, of course. Those have no right to reply. There is no right to reply to a point of reply, just to be clear. And after that, the next day, there will be the formal and informal lobbying, where you are brought together in your committees and encouraged to form alliances with other delegates in the aim to write a resolution for the topic you were assigned. And in the final day of the model, we will be discussing and voting for the resolutions. After I'm through with this speech and we can proceed, I would like to remind you briefly of the points that each delegate can raise during the lobbying, so the parliamentary procedures. As I said, you have points of information which can be raised after another delegate has delivered a speech. Points of reply, which do work kind of like points of information, but where point of information is a question that you ask, a point of reply is a direct statement, a thought of yours towards the declarations of other people. And you have points of personal privilege, which are very important because they're the only point that can interrupt another speaker. So if you raise your placard while another delegate has the floor, you'll be recognized by the dais, and if it is a point of personal privilege, we will allow it. A point of personal privilege is, as the name says, something that you need, a personal need of yours. For example, it's too cold in here, should we open a window, can I leave the house, if you have to temporarily get away from here. And after this one, there are other 3 things that you can raise for. Points of motion, which are when a delegate wants to request something specific that needs to be voted on and needs the agreement of the House. You have to raise for a point of motion, propose your change or the things you would like to have done. You need another delegation already to be in favor of the thing that you are proposing, so somebody needs to second, and then we will be voting it, and it needs simple majority to pass. So half of you have to agree with it for it to go through. Then you have points of order, because the dice, we are people, and we are subject to mistakes as well. So if you think we are not following something of the procedures, or we are not being impartial towards you, you may rise for a point of order, which will be considered by the dais, and we will, of course, comply with it. The last thing, I would reserve it for the 3rd day. It's the caucus, and it's a way for delegates to require an informal lobbying, so to interrupt the standing procedures, the votings, etc., and to discuss, to be able to move freely in the house, discuss with your mates in a very informal way. For example, if you need to revise your resolution on the last day and there are major changes that need to be made, changes that are far too big to be made through amendments, and you need to discuss it, you may ask for a caucus. Now, the caucus is similar to the point of motion, where you need somebody to second your request for the caucus, but it needs 2/3 of the House to vote in favor for it to pass through. So think well if you want to ask a caucus. And that was it for the parliamentary procedures. We may now continue.
So before we officially start, I think our technical staff has 2 videos, one for each topic we will discuss this year.
A clear sign that the rule of law is being breached is when newspapers stop being independent, when governments decide what can and cannot be published.
What's in the news, John?
Dunno. Most of it seems to be missing. Never mind. The football results are still here.
So, beware of any attempts to erode the rule of law, because if you look after the rule of law, it will look after you.
Thank you, everyone. Once again, before we start, I wanted to remind you that you have to leave your placards here when we are about to leave to go to school, because we will gather them and you will need them for the next few days. So, thank you. I now declare open the 20th edition of the Fermi Model United Nations. We may now proceed with the roll call. When your state is called, you have to raise your placard and say present. Thank you.
Australia. Australia. Austria. Argentina. Brazil. Belarus. Canada. Cameroon. Chile. China, Czech Republic, Denmark, Egypt, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Iceland, India, Iran, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Kenya, Lithuania,
Mexico, Nigeria, Norway, Peru, Poland, Portugal, Republic of Korea, Romania, Russian Federation, Senegal, South Africa, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Syria, Turkey, United Kingdom, United Arab Emirates, Ukraine, United States of America, Venezuela, Vietnam,
Now, before we get started, another last reminder to our delegates. It's about the page and their function. So when you need to communicate during formal lobbying, so where you're restricted to your seat, you need to write your messages towards another delegation on a piece of paper, and you, of course, write who you're sending it to on the back of it. You hold it up, and a page will come and collect it for you and deliver it. And this is strictly the way of communicating for you right now. Please don't make a fuss. But beware of the content of your messages, because, you know, keep it in English, keep it related to the model. Thank you.
We may now proceed with the opening speeches. I want to remind you that your time is 1 minute per delegation. If you exceed that time, we'll have to stop you. Thank you.
The delegation of Australia may approach the podium. The delegations of Austria and Argentina, please wait by the podium.
Madam Chair, Secretary General, honorable delegates, it's a pleasure for us, delegation of Commonwealth of Australia, to be here today and have the occasion to work together and solve these important issues with all of you.
As all of you know, in the last years, we all had to go through the global pandemic of COVID-19, and the world as we knew it completely changed. For the better or for the worst, it's too early to be said. We are here to discuss two topics very dear to us. Look at this creature, symbol of our wildlife and of our nation. It's dying because of the responsibility and the actions of the 183 criminals that made an attempt to erase our identity. But thanks to you and all of your donations, we were all able to construct a new program for our rebirth from the ashes.
And here, the little kangaroo, symbol of protection, emblem of hope and future, puts the Australian people in his punch and is forced to run from the danger of internet, and alone he can't do it. That's why we need everyone to find a safe place where he can peacefully rest. So dear delegates, we need to restart and return stronger than ever. Thank you.
Delegates, please, please, delegates, you have to wait by the podium.
Are you open to any points of information?
If you want.
No, I'm sorry, if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Okay, are there any points of information? Are there any points of reply? Okay.
You may leave the podium.
Thank you.
The delegation of Austria may now take the podium and deliver their speech.
Esteemed President, Honorable Secretary General, distinguished delegates, it is my privilege to represent the Republic of Austria, and I'm grateful for the opportunity of addressing this assembly on its behalf. It is crucial to remember that in many countries, freedom of information as well as the right to broadband are not guaranteed, but actually hindered, thereby ensuring that only government-controlled information is accessible. This is a clear violation of human rights.
As far as environmental issues are concerned, the air pollution caused by the increased use of fossil fuels has led to acid rain and climate changes. This has also caused species living in the forest to become endangered. In order to solve these issues, Austria promotes competitiveness and innovation by safeguarding the diversity of natural resources, of ecosystem services, and of social progress. The Republic of Austria has successfully implemented several sustainable development goals and pursues its commitment. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
Yeah.
Are there any points of information? Since there are none, are there any points of reply? Thank you. You may leave the podium.
The delegations of Brazil, Belarus, and Canada, please wait near the podium. And the delegation of Brazil, Argentina, please come state your speeches.
Your Excellent Secretary General, honorable chairs and distinguished delegates, we have the honor to represent the Argentina, and we are honored to greet everyone that are on this meeting. We appreciate the opportunity to gather in such a large group to discuss the issues of the contemporary world. These annual debates are helping us correct some topics which are crucial for everyone on the earth, no matter which country we are from. And this subject concerns every country, major or minor, and European or Asian.
If the United Nations did not exist, we would not know how our world and our future would look like. That is why it is very important to meet up every year to discuss on an ongoing basis in terms of safety and environmental problems across the whole globe. The future on Earth depends on all of us that came to this conference, and we are able to witness the significant changes in our world for better. We hope that this meeting will give us new ideas how to change and save our world.
Please, delegates, come to the point.
We wish you all fruit debates.
Thank you for your speech. Are you open to any point of information?
No.
Okay. Are there any points of reply? Okay. Thank you, delegates. You may leave the podium.
I now invite the delegates of Brazil to take the podium and deliver their speech.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates and dear guests, we the delegates of Brazil are honored to be a part of the Fermi MUN conference. Our constitution requires placing human rights at the center of our policy. This means defending rights such as freedom of press consistently, regardless of the ideology of any particular government. However, Brazil is not the only democratic country that has been struggling with disinformation and fake news, and this is why we need to cooperate and find solutions.
In Brazil, over 50 million people live below the poverty line, and they bear the brunt of plastic pollution. Plastic pollution leads to disease and floods poor communities that lack waste collection infrastructure. Indigenous people are put at zero risk to their health due to undrinkable water sources. Also, the marine wildlife of over 3,000 fish species mistake plastic waste for prey, causing laceration, infection, and death of entire species. Let's work together to preserve our planet. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
Yes.
Are there any points of information? Are there any rights of reply? Since there are not, you may leave the podium, thank you.
The delegates of Belarus may approach the podium.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, and distinguished guests, Belarus is grateful for the opportunity to participate in this conference and for the possibility of finding appropriate solution of environmental issues. Belarus is in favor of cooperation with other states in taking action to limit the use of plastic in order to safeguard the planet. Recycling is a part of the country's strategy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, pollution, and promote circular economy. We need to accelerate sustainable development solutions.
Belarus also confirmed its position on press freedom and the free movement of information. We want to protect people's rights by adopting and using necessary tools to prevent the spread of false news. In fact, the recent legislative measures adopted by Belarus regulated the online media with the aim of providing real and verified information to citizens. Therefore, we look forward to hearing the views of the other delegation discussing this and other issues in the following days. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open for any points of information?
We are not.
Are there any rights of reply? Since there are none, thank you. You can leave the stage.
Now I invite the delegation of Canada to take the podium and deliver their speech. I also invite the delegates from Cameroon, Chile, and China to approach and wait nearby.
Honorable Secretary General, President and Chair, Your Excellencies, delegates and distinguished guests. As a liberal and progressive nation, Canada has always believed in and supported any form of individual liberties, including freedom of speech, assembly, press. The progress of the internet and mass media allows instant access to unlimited data coming globally from a multitude of sources, some of which are unfortunately unreliable. This easily leads to the spreading of fake or misleading news and information, and as a nation we must try to prevent these kind of events, but always bear in mind the importance of freedom of press and speech.
However, the biggest issue to solve is still climate change. The damage we cause is immense, and small are the efforts we've made against it. It's not anymore a matter of individual choices, but of serious and concrete actions from all governments around the world. Canada's delegation is going to be open to any constructive debate, hoping for a prolific cooperation from all countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
Yes.
Are there any points of information? Are there any rights of reply? Since there are none, you may leave the podium. Thank you.
I'd like to invite the delegates of Cameroon to deliver the speech.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, Cameroon, a Western African country, is endowed with many resources. However, apart from experiencing high inflation, it faces a serious problem that it is to guarantee the exercise of human rights online. Unfortunately, practicing journalism has become a daunting task for journalists in Cameroon. Human rights defenders and activists were tagged with death threats, harassment, and intimidation for exposing human rights violations and abuses in the two Anglophone regions.
Indeed, Cameroon is ranked 180 in World Press Freedom Index in 2022. Out of 180 countries analyzed, that is the worst situation ever. The time has come to unite our efforts to make decisive progress in bringing greater quality to internet platforms and ensure effective protection of freedom of expression and transparency in our digital age. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, delegates, for your speech. Are you open to any points of information?
Yes, we are.
Are there any points of information? And since there are none, are there any rights of reply? Since there are none, thank you. You can leave the stage.
I would like to invite the delegates of Chile to approach the podium and deliver their speech.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, and distinguished guests, the delegation of Chile is grateful for the opportunity to be part of this conference and for the chance to talk about the very impact on biodiversity caused by the drought like the one that has affected our country for the past 13 years. Rising temperature due to climate change and the water scarcity that is produced have a serious impact on health, agriculture, economies, energy, and the environment in the whole world. It is necessary to take urgent measures to deal with it by expanding protected areas, as well reducing emissions.
Moreover, as one of the developing countries, we believe it's important to guarantee freedom of information and practice of journalism. In the latest years, our country has tried to overcome this problem with various laws. It is now our first concern to protect internet space, and in this session, we would like to prevent the significant proliferation of easily accessible sites, the spread of fake news, establishing the accuracy or veracity of what is delivered to the public. Thank you for your information. For your attention.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to points of information?
No, we are not.
Are there any rights to reply? Since there are none, you may leave the podium. Thank you.
I would like to invite the delegates of China to approach the podium and deliver their speech. I would also like to invite the delegates of Czech Republic, Denmark, and Egypt to approach the podium and wait nearby. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, ni hao. Did you know that People's Republic of China, thanks to our mighty leaders, is a country that, despite being one of the most developed among the world, gained their sumptuousness only about 40 years ago?
For some of you, it may appear like it is a lot, although economic-wise, it's like a second has passed. In spite of the wisdom of our great leaders, we are still learning how to develop sustainably, unlike other world powers that have been in charge of managing the world order for centuries.
It is well known that China has led the global ecological movement, as we are aware of plastic usage, pollution, and climate change, as well as still developing in human rights and freedom of speech field.
We are aware of our weaknesses and work hard to diminish them, as we want our nation and member states to cooperate efficiently together and work for a better future.
We strongly believe that collaboration is the most effective way of solving world-class problems that we are encountering nowadays. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
Yes.
Are there any points of information? Australia, you've been recognized. Australia, you may state your point.
You say you believe in freedom of speech, but yet you censor every political opposition. What about that?
We have mentioned that we are aware of our weaknesses, and that's why we are here, because we want to work and solve all the problems that we have. We are aware of everything that was said,
and we strongly believe that if we work together as a whole, we can diminish all the problems and we can work for a better future for our country and everybody's countries in here. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegates, order, please. Okay, are there any rights of reply? Since there are none, you may leave the podium. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite the delegation of the Czech Republic to approach the podium.
Honorable chairs, fellow delegates, and distinguished guests. As we come together today, we are faced with urgent challenge that demands our immediate attention. The rapid destruction of our planet's natural ecosystems and the loss of biodiversity at an unprecedented time. For too long, our actions have been dismantling the very web of life that sustains us, threatening our access to food, water, medicine, and a stable climate. It is a clear reminder that our fate as humans is inextricably linked to the health of our planet. We must act decisively and collaboratively to slow down or stop the destructive process. The United Nations Environment Programme and other international environmental agencies have a critical role to play in this effort. We must work together to preserve and restore natural ecosystems and biodiversity, which are crucial for our economic and social well-being.
As we begin this journey, we must recognize that our task is not an easy one, the protection and conservation of natural ecosystem require a deep understanding of the complex ecological processes that underpin them. We must also recognize that this is not a problem that any single country or organization can solve alone. We need to work together, sharing knowledge, expertise, and resources to create a sustainable
delegates, come to
future
the point.
for ourselves and future generations.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
Yes.
Are there any points of information? Are there any rights to reply? Since there are none, you may leave the podium. Thank you.
I'd like to invite the delegates of Denmark to deliver the speech.
Please, delegates, check your behavior.
Honorable Secretary, General Chair, Co-Chair, Rapporteur, esteemed delegates, and dear guests, good morning. We, delegates of Denmark, are honored to take part in the 20th edition of the Fermi Model United Nations after such a long period of forced interruption due to COVID-19. We hope that our fellow delegates will engage in relevant debates in order to make this conference productive and unforgettable. Let's all cooperate to take the appropriate decisions in accordance with the principles of the United Nations, keeping in mind that we are here together to try to make a better world and not to satisfy our individual will.
We want to take this opportunity to express our deep concern about the constant and deliberate opposition to the right to freedom of opinion and ideas in some countries of the United Nations, and our preoccupation regarding the inexorable rising of the plastic level in the oceans, its clogging in the waterways, and its consequences on the world's wildlife. Let's make wise decisions together, and thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
No, we're not.
Are there any rights of reply? Turkey, you've been recognized. Turkey, you may state your point.
Sorry? Thank you, delegates.
Delegates, I'd like to remind you, in order to leave the House, you must ask for a point of personal privilege.
So thank you, delegates. You may leave the podium.
Delegates of Egypt, you may approach the podium. Delegates of Finland and France, you may wait by the podium.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, every year 40 million tons of plastic fall into our oceans. Plastic pollution is in our waterways, our food, our soil, animals, and in us. Furthermore, plastic pollution aggravates the planetary crisis of climate change and biodiversity loss, also poisoning the Egyptian coral reef, which is one of the most unique ecosystems in the world.
Egypt wants also to remark on its key role as the meeting point between Asia and Africa to solve misinformation's problem. The delegation of Egypt is open to a direct resolution with all the states members of the Assembly, and push again for the cooperation between the Arab League and the European Union in the Union for the Mediterranean in order to solve these problems right now. Shukran.
Thank you, delegates. Please, I remind anybody from the House or our guests that whistles are not in order in this House. Thank you. Are you open to any points of information?
Yes, we are.
Are there any points of information? Since there are none, are there any rights of reply? Thank you. You may leave the podium.
Thank you.
Delegates of Finland, you may approach the podium.
Honorable Secretary General, Chair, Co-Chair, Rapporteur, fellow delegates and distinguished guests. After 3 years of break caused by the global pandemic, the delegates of Finland are extremely privileged to be part of the 20th Annual Fermi MUN Conference. Finland has taken various measures to ensure we find suitable solutions for environmental issues, such as the rising tide of plastic waste in waterways.
Moreover, keeping in mind that the UN was created to make a better world Finland wishes today to highlight the lack of importance the theme of censorship and freedom of speech are received by many nations in the UN. These delegates hope to experience this conference in a spirit of collaboration, fellowship, and selflessness with delegates of other countries. Looking forward to hearing everyone's opinion in this regard. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
Yes.
Are there any points of information? Are there any rights of reply? Thank you. You may leave the podium.
I'd like to invite the delegates of France to deliver the speech, and also the delegations of Germany, Greece, and Hungary. Please approach the podium. Stand by the podium.
Distinguished delegates,
it is my honor to welcome you to the annual Fermi Model United Nations Conference. As we gather here today, we are reminded of the critical role that diplomacy and international cooperation play in addressing the challenges facing our world.
throughout the conference, we will have the opportunity to engage in meaningful discussions, negotiate solutions, and ultimately work towards creating a more peaceful and prosperous future for all. I encourage each and every one of you to approach these discussions with an open mind, a contribution to collaboration, and dedication to finding innovation solutions.
I look forward to seeing the thoughtful and insightful contribution that each of you will bring to the table. Let us work together through a successful conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
No, we are not.
Are there any rights of reply? Since there are none, you may leave the podium.
Delegates of Germany, you may approach the podium.
Honorable Secretary General, Chair, Co-Chair, Reporter, esteemed delegates and dear guests, the delegation of Germany is delighted to be part of the 20th Annual Fermi MUN Conference. Germany is grateful for the opportunity to find suitable solutions for environmental issues, such as the increase of plastic pollution in the oceans, which is harming wildlife and possibly human health. Our fate on this planet is bound up in the oceans.
In addition, we will stand up against the spread of misinformation, uphold and protect press media freedom, and together with our European partners, seize the opportunities that technological changes bring. Therefore, we look forward to discussing this and other issues in the following days. The best way to predict the future is to create it. Stand with us. Dankeschön.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
Yes, we are.
Are there any points of information? Are there any rights of reply? Since there are none, thank you, delegates. You may leave the podium.
I would like to invite the delegation of Greece to the podium to deliver their speech.
Honorable Secretary General, Chair, and distinguished delegates, the Greek delegation is grateful for the opportunity to participate in this assembly. Members of the Media Freedom Rapid Response, a non-governmental organization for the freedom of the press, have written a letter to the Greek government accusing it for giving more funds to broadcasters who have been towards it. The freedom of the press in Greece is being progressively eroded. We would like your help in resisting this problem.
Fellow delegates, honorable chair and distinguished guests,
Greece believes in the importance of taking action against pollution due to accumulation of plastic in the seas. For this reason, we set ourselves the goal of increasing recycling activity, even thanks to the establishment of large-scale cleaning companies that help collect kilos of plastic. It is clear that the situation is critical, but this does not concern only our country, but the whole world. For this reason, we ask for collaboration from other countries so that we can promise a better future for our environment. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Delegates, are you open to any points of information? No,
we are not.
Thank you. Are there any rights of reply? Since there are none, you may leave the podium. Thank you.
I'd like to invite the delegates of Hungary to deliver their speech.
Honorable Secretary General, Chair and distinguished delegates, Hungary delegation is grateful for having the chance to participate in this assembly. Hungary is a parliamentary republic. As Article 9 of the Constitution says, Hungary recognizes and defends the freedom and pluralism of the press and ensures the condition for the free dissemination of information necessary for the formation of a democratic public opinion. We respect the freedom and culture of other peoples, and we are committed to collaborating with all the nations of the world.
Hungary also recognizes the urgency to act against the increasing of pollution caused by plastic waste. In the past few years, Hungary has adopted new policies to encourage the recycling of plastic, but the efforts of a single nation are not enough. Despite plastic being extremely versatile material, the recycling rate is currently less than 10%. Hungary wants to promote cooperation between countries in order to find new ways and technologies to reuse and recycle already existent plastic waste while achieving more sustainable alternatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
No.
Are there any rights of reply? Since there are none, you can leave the stage.
We have now a scheduled break, so we will meet back here to continue at 11:45. Please be punctual. Thank you.
Come? No, è point of personal privilege. Oppure te la puoi far portare da una page. Scegli tu, se fai un point of personal privilege,
Ti
va.
facciamo uscire.
Ti facciamo uscire.
Fate domande però.
Sì, gliel'ho detto.
Ok, we're back again.
Ok. Mi rifiuto di Israele.
Perché minchia le pezzi che gli metto il microfono spento a quella.
No, ti giuro in casa. L'unico.
Ma anche quella che hanno fatto Ferrazzi.
Però ho detto, vabbè, facciamo anch'io. Cioè, mi piaceva in quinta, cioè, durante il terzo giorno. Cioè, avevo may I speak to the house, incazzata nera, basta avere tutti quanti, il microfono spento, gli ero in una page, parlo io a voce gridata.
Ma quello era un momento di furia, questa è...
Sì, quella era inversa.
Delegates!
It is not fun in this house.
Vabbè, però l'acustica in palestra era un po' meglio.
Cioè, questo qui è un teatro, quindi dovrebbe avere una buona luce.
No, fa cagare, fa cagare. Come si chiama il tipo dell'Ucraina?
Delegates, please, may I ask you to begin getting back to your seats? Thank you.
Comunque noi abbiamo già dato le nostre ordinazioni a Fontana, a meno che tu non voglia improvvisare là come fai sempre. Cioè noi arriviamo là e ce la fa trovare caldo.
Bellissimo. Ma te l'ho detto, cioè ti ho fatto vedere lo screenshot.
Marco, attento a non... Gira cosa? Guardatela. Questo non sarà a me nel via Tunisina. No, lo farò. Stavo scherzando.
Delegates, please take your seats. Ukraine, I'm looking at you. Take your seat. Se n'è andato.
The delegate of Ukraine, may we ask you to take your seat? Thank you. Delegate of Denmark, to you as well, please. Delegate of Denmark, please come to your seat. Thank you. Chiedo alla security page. May I ask someone from the pages or the security to check for the delegates of Norway? They should be outside the house. No,
Please order in the house. Someone from the page or security, can you look for the missing delegates in that back row? We can now resume our session. We will now proceed with a roll call. Please raise your placard and say present.
Please say present out loud.
Australia, Austria, Argentina, Brazil, Belarus, Canada, Cameroon, Chile, China, Czech Republic, Denmark, Egypt, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Iceland, India, Iran, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Kenya, Lithuania,
Mexico, Nigeria, Norway, Peru, Poland, Portugal, Republic of Korea, Romania, Russian Federation, Senegal, South Africa, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Syria, Turkey, United Kingdom, United Arab Emirates, Ukraine, United States of America, Venezuela, Vietnam.
We'll now proceed again with the opening speeches. I invite the delegation of Iceland to United Kingdom. To what point do you rise? State you may. Can please someone deliver a microphone to the delegation of? You may leave the house. So, the delegation of Iceland, Lithuania, to what point do you raise? You do leave the house. We can now resume. Okay, yes, the delegation of Iceland may approach the podium to deliver their speech. I also ask the delegations of India and Iran to approach and wait nearby.
Madam Chair, Secretary General, and honorable delegates. We're blessed to be here today since we're deeply aware about the importance of working together on such important issues that are affecting our global situation, and it urges for us to tackle the topics on our agenda. Today, more than ever, we want to discuss about the matters that are affecting our global situation, from the social and humanitarian side of it to the economic one. Citizens' right to freely express themselves has often been repressed by countries that publicly show off their freedom values as something that is anchored to their culture, losing all of their credibility. Iceland has always prided itself of its lack of restriction regarding freedom of speech and press. It is one of our main concerns to protect this right of our citizen, as the Article 72 of our Constitution demonstrates. Since this matter is so valuable in our country, we have full trust in the capacity of this honorable assembly to expand the web of protection to every citizen in the world.
Moreover, we would like to debate about the importance of implementing good environmental practices and our resources to better advance the economical growth and the world's well-being. To safeguard the biodiversity of our planet, as well as the welfare of its inhabitants, is extremely important and necessary. We are looking forward and honored to give a contribution in the search for possible solutions to these issues over these 2 days of synergy. Thank you all for your time and attention.
Let's all say together,
Petar
Petar
Rados.
Rados.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
Of course we are.
Are there any points of information? Australia, you've been recognized. Australia, you may state your point.
Thank you, Chair. Delegates, your territory is really famous all over the world for its sources. Is your government working for valuing them?
Yes, so Iceland can proudly claim to be a strong leader for the usage of geothermal energy for electricity generation. In fact, Iceland produces all by itself over a quarter of its total electricity furniture. So yeah, we're happy to claim this.
Thank you, delegates. Are there any points of reply? Since there are none, you may leave the podium. I'd like to invite the delegates of India to deliver their speech.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates and honored guests, good morning. What do you picture in your mind when you think about India? You probably imagine beautiful nature, old monuments, colorful clothes, Bollywood, fun dances, tasty food, diverse religions, and many more wonderful things. But did you know that in all of this, the country suffers from many problems? Being the biggest population in the world, it is considered as a blessing, but in reality, it is its greatest concern.
People have trouble feeling safe and finding good environment to live in. There are several issues in ecology, education, business, freedom of speech, and even more. That's why India needs us. We want to help them with development as organization, but not in an invasive way, imposing some changes from Western countries, only with the preservation of identity and beauty of the state, so the following generations can meet India as a better place with its old soul. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegates, are you open to any points of information?
Yes.
Are there any points of information? Are there any rights of reply? Sorry, was there a point of information to be raised? Finland, you've been recognized. Finland, you may state your point. I remind you, if you have a point that you want to raise your placard, and we will recognize you.
What do you plan on doing on the 55 million tons of plastic waste per year you produce?
We are the biggest population in the world. That's why the amount of plastic we make is big. But we also know that the fault not only stands by like normal people, it's also fault of big concerns, factories, companies and governments of several countries that is responsible for making this amount of plastic and sending it to our shops and our people. Thank you.
And we will discuss this topic further in the following days. Thank you.
Are there any rights of reply? Since there are none, you may leave your podium. Thank you.
Delegates of Iran, you may approach the podium. Delegates of Ireland, Israel, and Italy, you may stand by.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the delegation of the Great Muslim Republic of Iran is really grateful to be a part of this committee and to have the opportunity to create a more...
I'm sorry, delegate. You might resume your speech.
Okay. And to have the opportunity to create a more peaceful world.
The delegate is sure that with all the other delegations, she will sort out a trade-off to improve the censorship situation in Iran, hopefully wishing that the country's delegations won't propose terms that will strike the already precarious balance of the Iranian central government. And we understand the political line dictated by the supreme leader, who chose censorship as a defensive weapon for the integrity of the country. Iran would also like to point out that any intervention on the internal affairs of the country would first harm civilians, a highly undesirable consequences. After these two premises, the Iranian delegation assures that it's positively ready to confront the other delegations, hoping to cultivate constructive dialogues. Thanks.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any point of information?
No, we are not.
Are there any rights of reply? Finland, you've been recognized. Australia, you've been recognized. Finland, you may state your point.
You talk about a peaceful world while you currently enforce laws about forcing women to wear hijabs, and you do not recognize international human rights.
Our state...
Sorry, delegate, you cannot answer.
You cannot reply to our right of reply. Delegate of Australia, you may state your point.
In the last years, Iran is shooting peaceful protesters that are just trying to make their rights value, and you talk about freedom of speech, but that's not quite like it.
Thank you, delegates. You may leave the podium.
I now invite the delegation of Ireland to approach the podium and deliver their speech.
Welcome, dear Secretary General, Chair people, delegates of the Houses, pages, and all gathered here. My name is Natalia, and along with Zuzia, I represent Ireland. It's great to be here with all of you. We hope that the present delegations will engage only to the fruitful debates in order to make this conference productive and relevant. We need to face with very important issues that afflict our world. I wish that we all use our time here wisely. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
No, we are not.
Are there any rights of reply? Since there are none, you may leave the podium.
Thank you. Thank you.
I now invite the delegation of Israel to the podium to deliver their speech.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, good morning. Israel is grateful for the opportunity to be part of this MUN meeting and the chance to find suitable solution. We would like to share with you our deep concern regarding human rights. Every day, basic human rights are violated because of the cruel privatization of the internet and the manipulation of the media. human rights can never be infringed.
Protection of the environment and sustainability has always been our concern and priority. Israel has more than 70 years of advances in water conservation, desalination plants, and precision farming techniques. We mean to share these technologies with the rest of the world, primarily with drought sufferers. Our tradition is sharing our ideas and innovations with the planet and for the planet. We hope to find a positive cooperation with all the delegates. Let's all have a wise purpose here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
No, we are not.
Are there any rights of reply? Since there are none, you may leave the podium.
I now invite the delegation of Italy to the podium to deliver their speech. I would also like to invite the delegation of Kenya, Lithuania, and Mexico to approach the podium and stand nearby. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, as the representative of Italy in the United Nations, Italy expresses grave concern over ongoing human rights violation. Italy cannot tolerate injustice and brutality any longer. Italy calls for aggressive action to hold perpetrators accountable and protect human rights. Let's ensure that the cries of the press are heard and justice prevails.
On the other hand, the country of Italy also wanted to bring up another problem, one that affects all of us, one we, as a society, have to fix: climate change. Some countries have started taking action to protect our planet, but many still haven't, including many of those that contribute the most to polluting the atmosphere. Italy's objective is to help guide these countries into a more sustainable way of life. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
Yes, we are.
Are there any points of information? Turkey, you've been recognized. Turkey, you may state your point. United States of America, you've also been recognized.
How can you say that you want to guide Europe and all the countries if you export the biggest part of your plastic waste in my country?
Order in the House.
Of course, we are very concerned about the health of the well-being of our planet. And what we meant by guide is present a series of measures. Many countries can adapt to their own countries so we can reduce toxic waste and the pollution altogether. So every country will benefit from these measures if they follow us. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. The United States of America, you may state your point.
Okay. How do you plan to impose your ways as a government to better, as you said before, the situations?
It's still a point of information. Oh, you may repeat the point, please.
Okay. Yes. How do you plan to impose your ways as a government to better these particular situations?
Right. So solving this issue is it's not as one-dimensional as one might think. Solving the issue of climate change is one that requires the many parts of a country, a single country. There are many countries that will have to take action to be involved and save the planet. It's not just a matter of industry, it's a matter of, for example, urban planning, research of green energy, and more.
Thank you, delegates. Are there any rights of reply? Since there are none, you may leave the podium. Thank you.
I'd like to invite the delegates of Kenya to deliver the speech.
Okay. Honorable Chair, fellow delegates. In Kenya, more than 500 kilometers of coast are made up of lagoons. However, these are polluted by both land and sea activities. Solid waste, both domestic and industrial, including toxic chemicals, are dumped in rivers and end up in the ocean, disturbing the marine ecosystem.
Agricultural chemicals, pesticides and fertilizer have reached the ocean waters, causing heavy effect on coral reefs and tourist species. 80% of islands are linked to poor water and sanitation conditions. The solution to all this problem is that now Kenya can work together with the rest of the African nation to fight water pollution, raising awareness and being the voice of the change. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
No.
Are there any rights of reply? Since there are none, you may leave the podium. I'd like to invite the delegation of Lithuania to deliver their speech.
Honorable Secretary General, Chair, Co-Chair, Rapporteur, esteemed fellow delegates and dear guests, good morning.
Lithuania is grateful to have the chance to work together to try to find suitable solutions for the issues we will be discussing these days. We would like to mention the 21 Lithuanian academics that in 1966 said these words to two Lithuanian politicians. Among the Soviet Lithuanian population, the concern for the situation of the Lithuanian coast is growing. Scientists observe that marine life is disappearing due to pollution. These words were pronounced 57 years ago, but they can still be used to describe the current situation, and this isn't positive.
Article 25 of Lithuanian Constitution says no one shall be hindered from seeking, acquiring, or disseminating information and ideas. Moreover, to ensure freedom of press, Article 44 of the Constitution stipulates that censorship of mass information is prohibited. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you for your speech. Are you open to any points of information?
Of course we are.
Are there any points of information? Are there any rights of reply? Ukraine, you've been recognized. Ukraine, you may state your point.
So, do you collocate with the free world, the Western world, talking about freedom, democracy, and freedom of thinking and expression?
Norway, did you raise a point of reply?
There were no questions. They are not open to point. No, I mean, we asked for points of information, but you didn't raise for those. But, I mean, we will allow it. It was a point of information. They were open to points of information, but you have to state back your question. You answered to points of information, right?
Yes.
Can a page please deliver the microphone back to the delegate of Ukraine?
I was asking if your position is with the free world, with democracies, to fight against dictatorship and propaganda.
Yes, this is because the Constitution stipulates the law for prohibited the censorship of informations and for ideas and the other things. So I think that.
Thank you,
Thanks.
delegates. So are there any rights of reply now? Since there are none, you may leave the podium. Thank you, delegates.
Delegates of Mexico, you can approach the podium. Delegates of Nigeria, Norway, and Peru, you may stand by.
Honorable Chair, Co-Chair, Rapporteur, and Secretary General, esteemed delegates, and dear guests, the delegates of Mexico are honored to be part of the 20th Annual Fermi MUN Conference.
As we know, pollution is a huge problem in all the seas and oceans of our planet, and we have to try to find a solution. Our country is bordered by many waters. The main ocean is the Pacific Ocean, that is extremely polluted by the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, which is an area of mainly plastic waste accumulation.
Press freedom is also a topic that has to be discussed, and we care about it. In fact, our Constitution has the Article number 6 that deals with the freedom of speech and information of verified news, and for this reason we monitor it, try not to give not giving much freedom to unverified sources.
Thank you for your speech. Are you open to any points of information?
Yes, we are.
Are there any points of information? Are there any rights of reply? Since there are none, you may leave the podium.
Thank you.
Delegates of Nigeria, you may approach the podium.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates and distinguished guests, despite their natural and mineral wealth, Nigeria remains one of the poorest African countries. The unequal distribution of wealth, the radical ideological differences between ethnic groups, and the environmental damage caused by human activity are some of our main concerns. We are already aware that around 90% of the plastic waste generated in the country isn't recycled and that it is thrown away, polluting the environment. The governments must take instant action, keeping in mind that any delay means missing a brief and rapidly closing window.
Press freedom is the canary in the coal mine. In other words, a key indicator of the degree of democracy a state has. In recent years, more and more states are adopting underhand and elaborate measures to restrict the media's access and freedom to report. The Freedom of Information Act 2011 turned out to be a placebo, offering the media no specific protection. And since 2006, 34 murder cases of journalists in Africa have remained unsolved. Press freedom in Nigeria is threatened and constantly under attack. Steps must be taken
Delegates,
to
please
eradicate
get to the point.
attacks on journalists. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any point of information?
Yes.
Are there any points of information? Finland, you've been recognized. United States, you've been recognized. Finland, you may state your point.
So you talk about many of the issues your country has, but you haven't mentioned anything about the fact that you still allow death penalty for causes like same-sex marriage and same-sex relations. You deny them with the Same-Sex Marriage Prohibition Act. What do you have to say about that?
I didn't hear the question.
Delegate, please, can you repeat the question? Thank you.
So you have mentioned many of the issues your country has, but I haven't heard anything about the fact that you still allow death penalty in your country. For example, you made same-sex marriage illegal and same-sex relations can be punished by death penalty. What do you have to say about that?
I already said that in the country we have different problems such as radical ideological differences between the ethnic groups. So we have to find a common point in order to keep all the problem together and to find a solution, but we need the cooperation from other delegations.
United States, you may state your point.
I do want to connect myself to the question that she asked, and it was, what do you plan to do for the deaths of the people? I believe it's about 7,000 people who have been killed and tortured since 2011 just for being prisoners.
It's not simple. We have to work on that. We have to find, as he was saying, a common point. People think in a way, but the state cannot always allow what we people, we state want. So we have to work on that and find a solution.
Are there any rights of reply? Iceland, you've been recognized. Finland, you've been recognized. And Iceland, you may state your point.
So we think that there cannot be freedom if you live in a constant fear of being a victim of a terrorist attack.
Finland, you may state your point.
I don't see how involving other countries in your internal political wars can, like your laws against same-sex marriage is not something that other countries should be involved at. You're the one that should make sure it doesn't exist.
Thank you, delegates. You may now leave the podium.
I'd like to invite the delegates of Norway to deliver the speech.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, it's an honor to represent Norway at this conference. Norway is especially concerned with human rights and freedom of speech. We don't have control on our media. However, it's true that we have to prevent fake news. Like our constitution says, we have prohibition of censorship. But like every country here, we have some exceptions on this topic. To sum up, Norway strongly agrees with freedom of speech, but taking care about information on our media.
Another problem which affects all of us is climate change. Norway is completely aware of this cause and actively works to improve our contribution to the environment. As an example, Norway has a hydrocarbon that gives us 98% of water. Moreover, we are in the ranking of countries that emit the least CO2 emissions by reducing fossil fuels. Please join us and follow our steps for the good of our planets. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to points of information?
No, we're not.
Are there any rights of reply? Turkey, you've been recognized. Iceland, you've been recognized. Turkey, you may state your point.
I just want to say that we would like to work with you to fight climate change.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Iceland, you may state your point. Vice. Please, when you have a point to state, be it information or reply or whatever, stand up so the page that delivers the microphone can find you easily. Thank you.
We will later like to know why, despite being a very environmentalist country, you're still at the top of the oil and petrol and gas producers in the Western Europe.
Thank you, delegates. You may leave the podium. I would like to invite the delegates of Peru to the podium to deliver the speech. I would also like to invite the delegates from Poland, Portugal, and Republic of South Korea to approach and wait nearby. Thank you.
Chair, Ms. Secretary General and eminent delegates, good morning. As delegates of Peru, we are very pleased to give our contribution to support the freedom of information and speech. We are committed to ensuring freedom of exchange of ideas while protecting our democracy from the manipulation of fake news or misinformation spread by digital media, whose undermining and subversive potential has been proven during our recent political crisis.
Our country is experiencing the devastating effects of climate change. The uncontrolled pursuit of economic development of some countries has at the expense of the world's most vulnerable population and fragile ecosystem. It is therefore essential to work together to find innovative and sustainable solutions to allow progress without compromising the future of next generation. It's time for action and it's time for change. Our beloved Pachamama is dying. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your speech. Are you open to any points of information?
No, we are not.
Are there any rights of reply? Since there are none, you may leave the stage. I would also like to invite the delegation of Poland to deliver their speech.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, even today we struggle with the cruel legacy of the Second World War, which deprived us of our independence and more than 5 million citizens, preventing us from developing freely. For this, we will provide all the necessary means to help Ukraine, since a victory for Russia would concentrate power even more in the hands of Putin. Every European has the right to personal freedom. It's clear that concluding agreements with Putin is impossible.
We also ask our citizens to help us carry out this policy in order to protect the cultural and linguistic heritage, not only of our nation, but of all of Europe. We must think of a new vision of Europe in order not to make the same mistakes as possible thanks to a strengthening of NATO. Another important point to underline is the increase of air pollution levels, which are linked to increased general and respiratory disease mortality rates. There is an urgent need to reduce air pollution levels and increase public awareness of its threat. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your speech. Are you open to any points of information?
No, we are not.
Are there any rights of reply? Lithuania, you've been recognized. France, you've been recognized. Lithuania, you may state your point.
We would like to work with you to fight pollution, air pollution if you want.
Thank you for your speech. France, you may state your point.
I would like to say that you have in your country huge deposits of coal, and then why do you prefer to import coal from China instead of mining it yourself? That's
Sorry, you cannot make direct questions to the delegation. This is a right of reply.
sorry.
I mean, you may state the question, it won't be answered,
Okay,
though.
yes, that was.
It's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may leave the stage.
Delegates of Portugal, you may approach the podium.
Your Excellence, Secretary General, Honorable Chairs, distinguished delegates, we would like to welcome all of you here. We feel delighted and honored to be here today, that we even have a chance to discuss some serious issues of the present world. The representation of our country promises to do our best and to bring in as much as possible. I put my faith in all of you and hope we will work out the best solution for the world we are all a part of now.
We are all witnessing a lot these days, and so far I can tell we will work with amazing people. We gather here today as representatives of our respective nations and people united by a common purpose to work together towards a better, more peaceful world for all. Let us approach our discussion with an open mind, a willingness to listen and learn from one another, And let us work together to build a better future for all of humanity.
Obrigado a Deus.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
Yes.
Are there any points of information? Are there any rights of reply? Since there are none, you may leave the podium. Thank you.
I'd like to invite the delegation of the Republic of Korea to deliver their speech, and also the delegations of Romania, Russian Federation, and Senegal to stand by.
Honorable Chair, Your Excellencies, I am more than pleased to represent the Republic of Korea, a pioneering nation which is driving global innovation. South Korea has been able to transform itself from one of the poorest nations in the world after the Korean Civil War into one of the world's leading economic powers. Our economic miracle was possible thanks to the efforts and hard work of our people. However, while South Korea is a world leader in many key industries, it still faces several challenges. In particular, the geopolitical situation in the region remains uncertain.
We would also like to address the issue of plastics and polluting materials in the oceans that increasingly threaten marine ecosystems and that also affects other Asian nations. It is therefore important that we bear in mind in our debate the importance of promoting international cooperation and building bridges between different countries and cultures. As delegates from South Korea, we look forward to discussing these issues with other countries. We will try to bring South Korea's perspective to global issues such as peace and security, international trade, and sustainable development. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
No, we are not.
Are there any rights of reply? United States, you've been recognized. United States, you may state your point.
We do think that your resolution on plastics is a bit hypocritical because the consumption of plastic per capita in South Korea is increasing rapidly and you aren't doing anything about it. So.
Thank you, delegates. You may leave the podium. I now invite the delegates from Romania to approach the podium and deliver their speech.
Esteemed delegates and honorable chair, we are honored to be part of this assembly. We want to ask you, what is freedom? In our national anthem, there is a line that says, life in freedom or death. Freedom means that everyone can say everything they want without being persecuted by the law.
But freedom means also that people can swim and go sailing in a sea that is not full of plastic waste. Romanian people have always been fighters for freedom. Back in 1989, we chased away from power Ceausescu, a cruel dictator. We are working to improve our independence of media and recycling rate, to guarantee the freedom of expression and have less pollution. And we are sure we will.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to points of information?
No, we are not.
Are there any rights of reply? Since there are none, you may leave the podium. Thank you.
I'd like to invite the delegates of the Russian Federation to deliver their speech.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, we are here today as the delegates of the Russian Federation to bring justice to our country. Since February 2022, we started our special military operation, and we are acting to defend ourselves from the threats created for us. For too long, we've been described as the enemy. Russia attacks Ukraine for no reason, and Ukraine is attacked by Russia. Everyone who tries to speak differently is banned by the Western governments. For the past 30 years, we've been trying to come to an agreement with the leading NATO countries regarding the security in Europe.
If we just look back 9 years when it all really started, it was an us expanding by the United States. This hate against Russians is increasing global problems such as the safety of our planet. In order to solve them, we are willing to make this international cooperation possible without allowing anyone to interfere in our interests, but developing them independently, so as to create favorable conditions for overcoming all of these problems. Spasiba.
Thank you for your speech. Are you open to any points of information?
Yes, we are.
Ukraine, you've been recognized. Iceland, you've been recognized. United Kingdom, you've been recognized. Ukraine, you may state your point.
Okay. In 2022, about 15 journalists died in Ukraine, killed by your soldiers. Are those the favorable conditions for you to solve the problems? Don't you see behind the role of press and transparency the key to earn the trust of the Western world?
We learned that every time we try to cooperate with the leading NATO countries, you took advantage of it. So we need cooperation from both sides, but we still need to protect our security and our people from your lies.
Thank you, delegates. Order in the House, please. Delegates, come to order. The delegates of Iceland, you may state your point.
One of the topics we are dealing with in this assembly is the freedom of speech and press. How is it possible that you are hiding all the war crimes you are committing during the current war against Ukraine?
We let our people know what is happening. We ensure all the information that are necessary for our people. But also in the Western countries, we see that you are making your people see Russia as a criminal. And so this is dangerous for us, and we need to defend ourselves from this.
Thank you, delegates. The delegation of United Kingdom, you may state your point.
Thank you. How can you talk about reducing pollution while your war act is leading to more and more pollution in our world?
In the last few years, we worked a lot towards the plastic problems. Russian people think that plastic is one of the most and worst problems over pollution. So the last few years, we worked about that, and we want to talk about our ideas to solve this problem in the next few days.
Are there any rights of reply?
Just a brief explanation. We allow 3 points of information per speech. So I know many people raise their placards, but there are only 3 points of information. If you want to raise that number, you might propose a motion. Is there a point of motion to raise the number of questions that Canada? To which point do you raise? To that motion. You might state your idea of this motion. The United States, to what point do you raise? Well, the delegate of Canada just proposed the motion in order to that. So I suppose you may...
We would like to propose a motion to prorogate the 3 points of information to Russia, to the Russian Federation, sorry.
How many more questions?
3.
3 more questions. Are there any seconds to this motion? Okay. Whoever's in favor of the motion, raise your placard high. I think the motion has passed. So, the motion has passed. We will allow 3 more. Australia, to what point? You're just voting. Okay, put your placards down. Thank you. Okay, are there any points of information now? United States, you've been recognized. France, you've been recognized. Canada, you've been recognized. And United States, you may state your point. France, to what point do you rise? Oh, well, you've been recognized. I mean, I recognize them and Canada. Yes, good.
I want to ask, how can you talk about freedom of speech and being labeled as the villain when you banned the internet for all Russians to see, to prohibit the Russian population to see what you were doing in Ukraine? You changed all whatever was said in the news. It's all been said as if you were the one that were attacked and everybody was attacking you. And you made also a point to protect your security with the rest of the world, while it's you that has been trying since the Cold War to invade secretly, let's say, Ukraine. So what point do you want to make for this?
Thank you, Delegate.
We think that a lot of information that are on your media need to be banned because they are dangerous for us and for our security. And we don't want to be seen as a criminal, and because you don't let your people know what is happening. You never talk about the real causes of this war, and so we need to protect ourselves from this.
Thank you, delegates. The delegation of France may state its point.
Why are you here trying to fight for human rights when you have one of the most depraved governments in the world?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Why are you here trying to fight for the human rights when you have one of the most depraved governments in the world?
We are here to cooperate with you, to find solutions, and to talk with the other countries that want to cooperate with us. But we are not the only ones that need to change, because we are not the only problem. And I think you're just thinking of attacking us without changing the policies of your countries about the freedom of speech.
Thank you, delegates. The delegation of Canada may state its point.
What is going to be the position, the attitude you're going to have with the United Nations and the European Union or other, or other institutions, political institutions, to try to solve the Ukrainian conflict? Because you have just gone a year, nearly two, being completely closed to yourself.
Can you restate the question?
Yes, I'm just going to restate the question. What is going to be your attitude towards the United Nations and all the other countries to resolve the Ukrainian conflict, seek to resolve the Ukrainian conflict through dialogue? Is it
I couldn't understand
I'm sorry.
again.
What is going? You are going to dialogue with other countries to resolve the Ukrainian conflict, the war?
Sorry, delegate, could you rephrase the question?
I'm asking if the Russian Federation is going to dialogue with the United Nations and the Ukraine to resolve the war.
Order in the House. Delegates, please answer the question.
So, first, we're not talking about war. This is a military operation. We started that actually, as we said, is not going on about, like, it didn't start the last few years, but it's going on for the last decade. And in order to solve this, we want to, as we said, right now we want to secure ourselves. We don't want anyone to interfere with our policy right now, but we see other problems other than this situation with Ukraine. We see the planet, the pollution, the world situation. There's other problems than these. So we're willing to cooperate with that, because we're not the only people that live in this world, but we need to stay safe and to help our people. So this is my answer.
Thank you, delegates. Are there any rights of reply? Czech Republic, Lithuania, and United States, you've been recognized. Czech Republic, you may state your point.
As a post-Soviet country, I would just like to say that I'm completely outraged by the symbol you still hold dear on your hats.
Thank you. Lithuania, you may state your point.
Before you said that you are seen like the enemy, but I think that almost everybody agree with me when I say that you are the enemy, because your military operation, like you called it, is really a war, and you are fighting with not only Ukraine, but also with the environment, because your war is producing a lot of pollution, and also with the right humans, talking about press and liberty on press, because you are stopping the reality of the war.
Thank you, delegate. United States, you may state your point.
I just want to mention that during Russia's response to my fellow delegate, they've claimed that they have, I guess, they stated war as to where with previous, I guess, encounters towards media, they always explain it as a special military operation, as to where here they mentioned as war. Done.
Thank you, delegate. I would like to invite the delegation of, oh, sorry.
Thank you, delegates. You may leave the stage. I would like to invite the delegates of Senegal to approach the podium. Also, the delegations of South Africa, Spain, and Sweden, please stand nearby. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, Ms. Secretary General, and eminent delegates, good morning. Today, Senegal is a solid democracy, but just as it happened to other countries, it is facing the challenge of combining the freedom of information and expression with the opposition to fake news and other strategies to manipulate the public opinion, especially through the web. On the other hand, on the other hand, we are also concerned about the risks taken every day by many journalists around the world. This is why we are here today, to find the balance between these two urgent issues.
Our country's fragile natural ecosystems are being endangered by the effects of climate change brought about by the economic growth of the most developed and industrialized countries. In fact, Senegal is threatened by floods, alternating with drought, and by the rapid rise of sea level. Also, the waste of natural resources, such as overfishing, is compromising our possibilities of survival. Thank you for your attention. Dediero Babien, I yield the floor to the President.
Thank you, delegates.
United States, what point do you raise?
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
Of course.
Are there any points of information? Finland, you've been recognized. Iceland, you've been recognized. Finland, you may state your point.
So, how can you say you're a democratic nation when I'm sure you value your culture and your traditions, but some of them go against basic human rights? For example, while female genital mutilation is banned in your country, it is still widely practiced, and we were wondering what you were planning to do about that.
So, as a democratic state, we follow the needs and what our people want. So I also think as a delegate of my state that we have to improve the laws to really try to control and to save, to make sure that our country is safer to, first of all, our people, and then also to the tourists and to whoever wants to visit our country. So we'll definitely provide to change our system.
Thank you, delegates. Delegates of Iceland, you may state your point.
So we know that Senegal is a vulnerable country regarding the consequences of climate change. For example, water pollution, loss of biodiversity, or extreme drought, and many other things. So we were wondering if you're planning to do something to improve your country's condition.
Yes, of course, for our power. We want to make sure that our jungle and forests are being protected. So we want to really protect these places in order to contribute to a cleaner air, and also we would like to also stop the overfishing, because it's a really important issue for our country. So many of the most important and developed states are actually fishing too much. They are taking all our resources, and also for what it concerns to the sea, we want to
Please, delegate, come to the point.
we want to ask. No, yeah, nothing. Yeah.
Thank you for your answer and thank you for the questions.
Are there any rights of reply? Since there are none, you may leave the podium.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite the delegation of South Africa to deliver their speech.
Honorable Secretary General, Chair, Co-Chair and Rapporteur, fellow delegates and distinguished guests, the delegates of South Africa are honored to take part in this important conference. As our unforgettable President, Nelson Mandela, said, it is in our hands to make a better world for all who live in it. Indeed, the Republic of South Africa believes that we should work together to improve our world and to preserve our future.
These days, we will discuss important topics that require international cooperation. That's why we want to encourage togetherness, we want to encourage change, and will be a part of it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your speech. Are you open to any points of information?
No, we aren't.
Are there any rights of reply? Since there are none, you may leave the podium. Thank you.
Iceland, to what point do you raise? I'm sorry. Oh, a right of reply. Iceland, you may state your point. Please come back onto the podium.
So no one is talking about all the homicides and the people being killed outside the cities. And it kind of looked like a form of censorship to me.
Thank you for your response. You may now leave the podium. Thank you.
I'd like to invite the delegation of Spain to deliver their speech.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, and distinguished guests, the delegation of Spain is extremely grateful to attend this conference. It is slavery not to speak Swamp-Fire, Euripides wrote. Spain knows how fundamental it is to protect everyone's voice. Journalist work is essential to denounce injustice around the world and to give a chance to the weak and poor to be seen, to speak. Media workers are still victims of threats and even murders. Something must be done. Spain is alarmed by the data regarding plastic pollution, as it's estimated that 8 million pieces of plastic per day end up in oceans. The delegation of Spain is aware of the role the nation plays in this issue and is taking action for constant cooperation with the EU and the introduction of new laws. Currently, 41% of plastic waste is being recycled in the country, and Spain is working towards an increase of said numbers. Spain stresses the importance of the matter internationally and looks for the support of UN member states. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
Yes, we are.
Are there any points of information? Are there any rights of reply? Since there are none, you may leave the podium.
I now invite the delegates of Sweden to approach the podium to deliver their speech. Also, the delegations of Switzerland, Syria, and Turkey stand nearby. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates and guests, the Swedish delegation is pleased to begin with this sentence. Man creates problems and innovation to solve them. In addressing global warming, for instance, we will focus on an innovation-taught initiative like the Gothenburg Pact, which we are currently using to solve the problem of acidification and tropospheric ozone. We are committing to make our country, as well as all the UN members, sustainable. Moreover, we will encourage the use of renewable energy vehicles and the elimination of all plastic.
With regard to the problem of disinformation and information manipulation, innovation comes from artificial intelligence, which in Sweden is already used as a way to change the traditional university courses, but also as a tool for economic competition, welfare, and more. If used in the wrong hands, it can become a weapon for spreading fake news. We recommended a conscious and informed approach to its uses and dangers. We are ready to cooperate with those who share our own vision of the future of innovation and sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
No, we aren't.
Are there any rights of reply? Since there are none, you may leave the podium. Thank you. I would like to invite the delegation of Switzerland to deliver their speech.
Honorable chairs, fellow delegates, and distinguished guests, it is an honor for us to address this prestigious Model United Nations Conference as the representative of Switzerland. As a nation known for its neutrality, Switzerland is committed to promoting international cooperation, peace, and security.
Unfortunately, global carbon dioxide emission is still increasing, and instead of taking care of the environment, we prioritize our own interests. And that's why we must continue to deliberate and threaten regulations that will help us achieve our goal.
Another thing that we are worried about is guarantee to freedom of information and speech. Misinformation and disinformation are existing as a daily basis for many people. We believe everybody should be able to get secure information, and we are ready to do our best so it's possible. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
Yes, we are.
Are there any points of information? Ukraine, you've been recognized. Australia, you've been recognized. Ukraine, you may state your point.
Switzerland, as you said, is famous to have been neutral in every occasion. And now I ask you, what do you think will be your role in this assembly?
Can you repeat the end of the question?
What do you think will be the role of Switzerland in this assembly?
We'd like to keep our position neutral, as we said, and to fight for the best of the world. So the best for economical situation and also human rights.
Okay, thanks.
Also, we would like to end the war in diplomatical ways.
Okay, thanks.
May I ask again, are there any points of information? Australia, you've been recognized and you may state your point.
Thank you, Chair. According also with what Ukraine said, do you plan on staying neutral considering the current situation where we are risking a major global war?
Yes, Switzerland stays neutral.
Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Are there any rights of reply? Since there are none, you may leave the podium. Thank you.
I'd like to invite the delegation of Syria to deliver their speech.
Honorable Secretary General, Chair and distinguished delegates, Syrian delegation is glad to have the privilege to discuss in this Assembly. Syria wants to bring the attention of all delegations about the importance of having an official means of information for a country. The civil war in our country led to a spreading of false information made by Western countries that defames our government and our integrity. This propaganda, with the manipulation of statistics and number of victims, has given the world a distorted idea of the conflict, taking the news away from reality. Syria demands the immediate stop of this madness in order to give the population a right report of the occurrences.
But this is not the only abuse endured by our country. The tensions fueled by the Western powers have increased the terrorist groups and have allowed them to exploit their oil reserves in a reckless way, deeply damaging the territory and increasing the level of pollution. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
Absolutely not.
Are there any rights of reply? Russian Federation, you've been recognized. Russian Federation, you may state your point.
We are ready to support you in order to fight the Western propaganda.
Thank you, delegates. You may leave the podium. Okay. I would like to invite the delegation of Turkey to deliver their speech. Also, delegations of UK, United Arab Emirates, and Ukraine. Please wait nearby. Portugal? Yes.
Honorable Secretary General and Chair, esteemed delegates and dear guests,
The delegates of Turkey are very pleased for the opportunity we had to take part in this conference and to be able to participate in the resolution process of one of the problems that are closest to our hearts, the management of plastic waste. We are here to stand up for our citizens and say that that's been enough. We don't want anymore to be the dump of the richest country. The illegal trafficking of plastic not only is polluting our oceans, but it's also killing our people. It's fundamental at this point for us, but for all the planet, to find an agreement on how to manage properly plastic waste in the future and how to fix the damages that we have already done.
Another topic that is very important to deal with is the censorship, which we have used in the past to protect our citizens from the spread of inappropriate videos or photos and for limiting the fake news. We thank you for the kind attention.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
Yes, we are.
Are there any points of information? Australia, you've been recognized. Denmark, you've been recognized. Australia, you may state your point.
At the beginning of this year, you accused of propaganda for a terrorist organization and imprisoned one of the most important defenders of human rights in your state. Isn't it kind of strange?
Yeah, it's strange, but we think that the problems in our agenda are very fundamental to treat these days. So I think we should focus on that because it's important to solve that. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Delegates of Denmark, you may state your point.
I want to know what your country is doing about the risk for the health.
Can you speak up, please?
Okay. I want to know what your country is doing to the risk that the recycling facilities are causing to the health of the workers and the families that live near the facility.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Delegate, please, can you rephrase your question?
Okay.
Thank you.
I want to know what your country is doing about the risk for the health that your recycling facilities are causing.
Our recycling facilities are not enough, and we are conscious of it. But we have too much plastic in our country, and this is because we are like the, as we said, the dump of the richest countries. Most of Europe, but also United States, sell to us their plastic. We have an important convention, that is the Basel one, that says that you can trade plastic, it's okay, but it has to be recyclable. The most of you, because it's you, sell your plastic, hiding in it unrecyclable plastic, and that becomes our problem. So I'm here to ask at you if we can try to solve this problem so I don't have so much plastic and you don't have the ocean that is full of plastic. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Are there any rights of reply? China, you've been recognized. Italy, you've been recognized. Brazil, you've been recognized. China, you may state your point. Please, a page can bring a microphone to the delegate of China. Here in front. Please, the delegate of China at the front. Thank you.
As a country that has a long history in being a dumpster of Western big countries, we would like to build an alliance with you, and we support your efforts to decrease that problem, and we are really happy that you bring that up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Delegates of Italy, you may state your point.
I would like to mention that while you focused a lot on the problem of plastic, we feel like you missed an important point, and that is greenhouse gas emissions. Turkey emits a lot of greenhouse gas emissions, and they don't match the Paris Agreement to reduce the global warming to below 2 degrees Celsius. And we would like to tell you that if every country followed your example when it comes to this topic, the consequences would be horrendous. The global warming could exceed 4 degrees Celsius by the end of the 21st century if we aren't careful.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate. May I ask the Delegate of Ukraine, why is he strolling around the House? Please, Delegate of Ukraine, come to order. Thank you. Now, the Delegates of Brazil, you may state your point.
Hi, I just wanted to say that we proudly stand by you for when it comes to fighting against being the dump of the richest countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, delegates. You may leave the podium.
I'd like to invite the delegation of United Kingdom to deliver their speech. United Kingdom.
Good morning, Honorable Secretary, Chair, Rapporteur, esteemed delegates and distinguished guests. The delegates of the United Kingdom are delighted to be part of the 20th Fermi MUN Annual Conference. Presently, more than 2.3 million tons of plastic plague oceans, creating islands of plastic, 4 times bigger than Great Britain. Due to plastic pollution, 1.5 million animals die every year, and ecosystems are being damaged, not to mention many other issues that pollution brings. As delegates of the United Kingdom, we believe that by taking action on the whole action of the life cycle of plastic, our ocean will be able to breathe again. Thank you.
Freedom of speech and information are rights that are still not granted to everybody. Censorship is a violation not only of the right to speak the truth, but also of our right to know it. Regarding fake news, which the United Kingdom faces day to day, we firmly believe that the spread of inaccurate and false information is to be considered a crime, as it represents a danger to all nations and all people. We look forward to collaborate with all delegations and find a resolution regarding the problems mentioned. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information? Yes, Your Honor. Are there any points of information? Cameroon, you've been recognized. China, you've been recognized. Cameroon, you may state your point.
Thank you. I don't know if you're aware that the UK was the colonial power in Anglophone Northwest and Southwest regions until the independence just 60 years ago. And also Cameroon's Anglophone crisis over the past 3 years has caused mass devastation. So we are asking you to help us in this crisis just because 60 years ago colonized our country.
Yes, of course we are open to any resolution in other countries, other delegations, so yes, we firmly accept.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
The delegation of China may state its point.
Okay, I'm not sure if you can say that United Kingdom has least plastic or like it's small percentage if you are one of the biggest sellers of the plastic in the world. So you just don't have it in your country, but the problem is still in the world. Okay, thank you.
Well, your statement is not actually correct because you're the first country in the world that produces plastic and fragments of plastic, microplastics, so you're not actually the first that can do this kind of statements. Also, we're the first European country that made a stipulation with our delegations and countries to reduce pollution and taking action on the consumption of plastic and all this kind of stuff.
Yes, you can reply to that. There are replies to points of information. So.
Well, if you're talking about China, we're a new monarchy, we're a new power in the world, and we have been for 40 years, so we're just like, economic boom was like in 1980s, so we are still developing in the field of plastic waste, and in fact, We are the country that banned plastic bags, and we're still trying our best to diminish that. But we're not selling our plastic, which was the point of my question. The point of my question was, why do you sell plastic and still claim that your plastic is the lowest?
Well, we do sell plastic.
I'm sorry. You do not have a reply to that.
I was afraid of, okay.
It's fine, thank you. Now, are there any rights of reply? Turkey, you've been recognized. India, you've been recognized. Lithuania, you've been recognized. Turkey, you may state your point.
As China said, it's really easy to say that you are not the first producer, but you are surely the first trader. So it's easy if you sell your problem. It's too easy.
Thank you, delegate. Now, the delegate of India may state its point.
As one of 5 fastest developing countries in the world, I can safely agree with United Kingdom that we need to work together to have more sustainable development that will not destroy natural habitat of animals and humans. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Now, the delegates from Lithuania may state their point.
As India said, we would like to work with you to try to fight the problem of pollution.
Thank you, delegates. You may now leave the podium. Thank you so much.
I would like to invite the delegation of United Arab Emirates to deliver their speech.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates and dear guests, the delegates of United Arab Emirates are honored to be part of the 20th Annual Fermi MUN Conference. We are grateful for the opportunity we have to find solutions to the environmental issues such as the problem of plastic waste in the oceans and the press media freedom of expression. Our country aims to become one of the world leaders in the green economy. Even though there is a lot of work to do, we are adopting various measures to protect our marine environment, like the regulation of fishing activities, creating marine protected areas, and others.
In our country, freedom of speech and assembly is limited to prohibit the spread of non-Muslim values or criticism of the government. But the new Code of Crimes and Punishment has introduced some reduction in penalties, even if we are very strict about the transmission of unauthorized government information. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
No, we are not.
Are there any rights of reply? Finland, you've been recognized. Finland, you may state your point.
You talk about freedom of speech and human rights, but it's actually illegal to convert from Islam to any other religions, and it's considered an apostasy. So it's not really a right.
Thank you, delegate. Delegation of United Arab Emirates, you may leave the podium.
Thank you.
I'd like to welcome the delegation of Ukraine to deliver their speech.
Honorable Secretary General, Chair, and distinguished delegates. Ukraine sees censorship, misinformation, and propaganda as a critical danger to the freedom and geopolitical balance of the entire world.
We see a powerful weapon in the role of press and correct information in the fight against propaganda and dictatorship. Therefore, it is essential to guarantee political and military protection to journalists, which are responsible to detain this weapon. It is also important to expand and defend the borders of the free world where these values and freedom are guaranteed. We've got to fight for these values. Every day, hundreds of fathers and mothers are dying fighting against the fascism of who, with propaganda and censorship, hides and justifies the Holocaust that has been perpetrated for more than a year in our country. We've got to fight it together. To restore the peace at the borders of Europe and from rubble, build the foundation of a new world united under the same values of peace, freedom and democracy. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to points of information?
Of course.
Are there any points of information? Are there any rights of reply? Portugal, you've been recognized. Australia, you've been recognized. United States, you've been recognized. Portugal, you may state your point.
I would like to say that Ukraine has our full support when it comes to a conflict caused by Russia. If you need anything, just inform us.
Okay. Thank you, Portugal.
I should ask again, Australia, you may state your point.
Thank you, Chair. 3rd of July 2022, the Australian Prime Minister and the President Zelensky met to build our alliance, hoping for a peaceful solution. We want to remember that Australia is by your side. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia.
Thank you, delegates. The delegate from the United States may state their point.
On behalf of the newly formed Western Bloc, we fully show our support to Ukraine and the things that they stand for in the war against the prohibition and the violence that is being perpetrated in the territory.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lithuania, to what point do you rise? Are there any seconds to this motion? Okay, anyone who's in favor of this motion, raise your placard. Only one placard per delegation. Do raise them. Only one per delegation. Does it pass? This motion has passed. Are there any rights of reply to this? Czech Republic, you've been recognized. Argentina, you've been recognized. Lithuania, you've been recognized. Iceland. I mean, we'll allow 3 more, so it's going to be Czech Republic, Argentina and Lithuania. Czech Republic, you may state your point.
As a country that is almost as close to Russia as you are, we also fear for our freedom and would like to share full support with you.
Thank you so much.
Delegates of Argentina, you may state your point.
As most of the countries said that they are on your side, and maybe we are not as close to Russia as most of you, but we want to tell you that you can count on us in terms of human rights on the war of Ukraine.
Thanks.
Thank you, delegates. The delegates of Lithuania may state their point. Please stand up. Thank you.
We want to create an alliance with you, and we want to say that you have all our support with the war.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates.
Thank you, Lithuania.
You may now leave the podium. Delegates. You may now leave the podium.
Okay,
thank you.
Now, delegates representing the United States of America, you can approach the podium. Delegates of Venezuela and Vietnam, you may stand by.
Esteemed colleagues, as the United States representatives, we'd like to bring two pressing issues to the forefront. Firstly, the rising waste in our oceans poses a great threat to marine life and our food chain, and the Great Pacific Garbage Patch is increasing in size and its effects are devastating. Our proposal is simple: a global ban on single-use plastics, recycling programs in every country, and enforcing laws that hold manufacturers accountable. It is our responsibility to encourage the use of eco-friendly alternatives while still protecting their economic growth.
Secondly, despite living in the digital age, media censorship and violence against journalists prevails. We believe in protecting freedom of speech and media by establishing stringent global standards and norms, creating international funds that support independent media, and fact-checking organizations. The United States of America is here to work side by side with each of you to find solutions to the problems that the world faces. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
Yes.
Are there any points of information? Russian Federation, you've been recognized. Czech Republic, you've been recognized. Turkey, you've been recognized. Russian Federation, you may state your point.
Why is NATO coming to our borders while you promise not to expand even by an inch?
Could you please repeat that, please?
Why is NATO coming to our borders while you promise you will not expand by an inch?
NATO is not actually coming to your borders. NATO is coming in the aid of the ones that are on your borders from you. You have been expanding, you have been posing a threat to Ukraine and everybody that surrounds you since the Cold War. So I don't really think it's appropriate for you to ask these questions, and you should ask it to yourself.
Thank you, delegates. The delegation of Czech Republic may state their point.
Please, can the page bring the microphone to the delegate of Czech Republic?
I just want to ask, how can you talk about ecology when American companies are one of the main problems of environmental problems?
We see your point of view, and even though the United States of America has not been the best with solving these ecological problems, we are coming forward and trying to present a more, I guess, approachable way to solve these situations.
You said that you're here for find solution. One of it start to be
Sorry, could you please speak
sure.
louder?
You said that you are here to find solution. Is one of them start to be responsible of your plastic waste?
As my colleague said, we're trying to start to be responsible for plastic waste. We have a single-use plastic ban. Obviously, it's not a process that you start today and it can end tomorrow, but we're starting to do it, we're trying to do it, and we're trying to improve ourselves for this occasion.
Can I reply?
Yes.
If I can give an advice, I just say maybe you should start to think about stop to sell your plastics, so you start to see how big is your problem.
No. Thank you, delegates. Are there any rights to reply? Czech Republic, you've been recognized. Iceland, you've been recognized. China, you've been recognized. Czech Republic, you may state your point.
Republic of South Korea, to what point you rise? Was there nothing? We allow only 3 replies, so if you...
China, what point do you raise? You raise a motion. What motion? How many? Okay. So we have the request of a motion here to raise the number of replies to 3 more. Raise your placards if you want this motion to pass. It has passed. So it was Czech Republic, China, Iceland, and 3 more. South Korea, Syria, and Egypt. Okay, Czech Republic, you may state your point.
We at Czech Republic here are very interested in your ideas with working with the press media and are interested in working with you in the future.
Thank you.
China, you may state your point. Can you please stand up so the page can find you? Thank you.
So you're talking about raising the new ecological, being more responsible and stuff, but why does it happen when you allow things like Willow Project to happen right now? It's a new thing, a fresh thing, and it causes a huge climate changes and pollution. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Delegation of Iceland may state their point.
So we wanted you to know that we're looking forward to cooperate with you as a member of the Western Bloc to finally stop the censorship and to safeguard our biodiversity. Thank you.
The delegation of Syria may state their point. Can you please stand up so the page can find you? Okay, thank you.
We want to see that freedom of press doesn't consist in selling fake news using people who lost their lives as propaganda, while at the same time you are shelling our country.
The delegates of South Korea may state their point.
We want to say to you that we support you and we are by your side. Later we would like to discuss about the pollution issue and that we want to find a solution together.
Who was the last country who booked you are? Oh, right, sorry. Egypt may state their point.
I appreciate the opinion about this topic, but the delegation of Egypt also thinks that it's time for Africa and Europe to develop their own thought about the topic faced in this assembly, in order to build a more powerful bloc of countries far from the influence of states of America.
Thank you, delegates. Delegates of the United States, you may leave the podium. Thank you. Delegates of Venezuela, you may approach the podium to deliver your speech.
Distinguished Secretary General and Chair, honorable delegates, good morning. Freedom of speech and press is one of the first rights a free nation has to ensure. The 57 and 58 articles of the Constitution of Venezuela guarantee the freedom of expression and the right to timely, truthful, and impartial information without censorship. At the same, Venezuelan journalists and media in general often risk arrest, physical violence, and censorship. Authorities have to work to avoid attacks and tricks from taking place.
Indigenous people defend and protect 80% of the world biodiversity. So protecting indigenous people means protecting biodiversity. Yet they are facing continuous violation of their rights. In Venezuela, most of them consist in deforesting areas where they live illegally to mine gold with an enormous impact on nature and biodiversity. In short, indigenous people are an important support to decrease loss of natural habitats and biodiversity. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
Yes, we are.
Are there any points of information? Are there any rights of reply? Since there are none, you may leave the podium. Thank you.
I would like to invite the delegates from Vietnam to the podium to deliver the speech.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates and distinguished guests, today the delegation of Vietnam wants to face the problem of the sea pollution. Vietnam is one of the 4 countries that pollute the ocean the most with plastic, also because it's home to a lot of waste shipped from the richest countries. To mitigate this type of problem, we went on to use the anti-plastic robot ships built by the non-profit organization Ocean Cleanup, enjoying a great success. Of course, we know that the complete solution of the problem is still a long way off, but we want to engage here with you today to be able to find further acceptable and enforceable solutions in different countries.
Talking about human rights, we know that Vietnam is positioned in the last places regarding freedom of speech and information. But despite this, the state is committed to claiming the rights of the citizen. The guarantee and promotion of human rights in Vietnam is progressively raised in every commensurate way and development of the country. Vietnam is grateful to be part of this conference and to have the opportunity to find a acceptable solution for these environment and political issues. Thanks everyone for their attention.
Thank you, delegates. Are you open to any points of information?
No, we are not.
Are there any rights of reply? Since there are none, Brazil, you've been recognized and you may state your point.
So, since the Vietnamese Communist Party still control and own all the print and the broadcast media, we were just wondering how are you going to discuss censorship with other countries when it's clearly a problem you cannot solve on your own? Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. You may now leave the podium.
This was our last delegation, so we will now suspend the debate for lunch break. You have to leave your placards here, and we will meet back at school at 3:30, and we'll start informal lobbying. So see you later. Be punctual, please. Thank you.